like unless you explicitly told it that it was classified information, it wouldn't know that it was classified information. Like that sort of thing is actually very either it could be either way. Like unless you work in that area, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, honestly, because it just like it's kind of arbitrary the means to which they
So what
decide
would
whether
you?
something is classified or not.
So what would you need to What would you need it to record if you wanted it to destroy the info? I just wouldn't have it recorded. You see what I mean? Like you're almost defeating your own purpose. You'd be better to have a fireplace and a pen and paper and write down and then throw the paper in the fireplace when you're done. And hopefully it burns all the way. Because even then, sometimes forensics can recover some of that shit.
No, I get that. I was just there with my ChatGPT. I was like theoretically, if I told you everything I know and and everything how it works or whatever, like that could be useful information because then you could have them you could ask them questions and have them analyze it. But obviously there's too much risk involved. So
How much original information do we know humanly? So, like as a human, without being programmed, taught, anything you saw, learned, heard from other things, any other source like plagiarism, right? The whole school, college, it's all plagiarism. So, how much percentage of a human's intellect is actually original or an original based thought from them, not anything else? I think that's a good question. Like without school, without all this other shit, no influence, what could you uh, impart to humanity that would be like something original that they couldn't think without you being existed? Maybe this question, huh? I'm just saying, like, how much of us know original information? How much of us haven't been brainwashed by books, school, media, friends, family, religion, ideas, right? I think this is a really important
Yo,
information.
but
I was
do you
just
think when you were
realizing. Yeah, what's up?
sorry, go ahead.
I got a whole different idea if you're gonna relate.
Actually no, let me say something first. Do you think do you think when you were taught to read like basic English that was brainwashing?
Yes, every step.
But how could you learn to speak English without it?
Dude, you could teach people language through oral tradition.
No, 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 no. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, everything's a taught thing. I'm not saying some stuff's good, some stuff's bad, right? It depends on what that stuff is. Somebody teaches you to take something and hammer somebody's stuff, there's going to be a bad outcome. And that's how you're going to determine if it's bad or good, how people are going to treat that outcome. So, like, yeah, I mean, the information you're given is all learned, right? You learned you were on a ball. You learned to ridicule a flat earth. You learned to do these things. You also could have been taught to not be biased about fuck all and to say, hey, anybody's idea could be just as good, if not better than mine. We have to look into it and be
I
able
know.
to prove.
I didn't learn to ridicule flat Earth until I met you guys.
No, I know, and that's weird,
All right,
right?
so wait, hold on.
No, hold on, no, hold on. But this
Well,
is
he
a
wants
good
to talk
point,
about.
Jesse. Jesse, hold on a minute. Don't take it from this.
Hold
Jesse,
on now.
how much information, hold on now. How much information is original for Jesse? How much have you been programmed with, and how much is original? I mean, that's the question. It doesn't matter like what our opinion about it or whatever. Like we know for a fact we had to be taught all this shit as a baby to be taught like walking, wiping, poop, whatever. This certain shit we had to be taught it. Certain things we've done ourselves or we figured out, or certain things we say that are original. You've never heard anyone else say but you. What's that amount?
What
What's
is that
not been
amount? That's a good
plagiarized?
question.
Yeah, what's not been plagiarized by your school, from your friends? Because when they say plagiarism, right, they're like, little Bobby, you're going to get in trouble. But then they tell you, write down every word I say. so you can get an A. Repeat me. Well, I just plagiarized the fuck out of you, teacher, and it was okay. That's how I learned my stuff, through plagiarism. Well, then why is it a bad thing then? Doesn't make any sense. Because you have to have originality, is why. And if you don't, then everybody will just repeat, 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 repeat. And that is a culture or a cult or a cultural personality, a cultic. To blindly just repeat what you've been programmed with and never go back to claim.
Well,
Never go.
I don't think like encouraging school systems to switch from around memorization or like repeat rhetoric to complex analysis is it's not really counter to uh institutional education.
No, no, not
You can have both.
nothing complex. Trial and error. Here, you want to be, you're interested in this thing? Go out and do parts of this thing. Be a part of that thing. Then you'll come back with a different understanding that I could ever give you. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I feel like yeah. I mean I'm saying like you have a distrust in institutions and like
No, no, no. I have a trust in myself. You have a distrust in yourself.
I personally
It's
want to
backwards.
fix
You
this.
guys always say it backwards.
I want to fix institutions.
Well, yeah. Well, how do you fix them to be original and help you be original and not brainwashed to just believe what some guy put in a book that you couldn't prove or not? How do we get out of that? How do we get out of guys not getting in trouble for putting lies in fucking books all the time? And it's okay when you call the fucking liar a science guy.
Well,
And it's okay.
you can think for yourself and go test things yourself.
I am. I'm calling all those dudes a liar, but everybody else believes them for some reason without being able to prove anything they're fucking talking about in any of those books with any
Well,
of the math.
have you done like the Aristophanes experiment?
What is your ball reference?
I mean, have you done like the
With what?
Aristophanes
With what
experiment?
thing? With what
What is
object?
that going to do?
Hold on. You'll first of all need a flat stationary object that's not moving, right? Then you'll need a ball. See, because the experiment was to not be biased and see what thing we're on, the shape of this thing, and how lights and shadows work. So then you'd get a light source, and you'd have each object the same size as each other. So big ball, big flat thing in front of you. Light source this far away from it, this far away from it, or whatever you claim this, whatever you claim it, whatever you need to explain what happens in reality, like whatever you're going to show us with your idea, has to match. You can't just go this experiment because this experiment's done biasly. You can't say you're on a spinning earth ball to start the experiment. You have to have a ball and a light source and see what that ball does and the attribute of a shadow onto that little ball with a ball.
I don't think anything in the Aristophanes experiment assumes the globe.
It
Yeah, it
doesn't.
does. It assumes the distance to the
Where's the
sun to
flat
make light
plane they
rays
used in
parallel.
the ball? Hold on. Where's the ball they used? Where's
They
the
didn't use the
actual
ball.
sphere he used for his reference?
They didn't
I
use the
need
ball.
Eratosthenes' reference sphere so he knows what a ball does with shadows. Wherever did he get that fucking idea?
He didn't use the ball.
Where did he get how does he know what a ball does then? How do you guys imagine everything a ball does without a ball in hand? One ball in hand is worth a million not existing in the bush of Eratosthenes. So, what ball do you guys have to show you how shadows work on a ball with a light source? You've lost me right here at step one.
The
Your
ball that we're
experiment failed.
on.
So, it's 2025. Now, can you get a ball for me and show me how the lights work on it and the sticks? And then get your little flat surface that's not moving and show me it? You need the spinning ball and then a stationary light, and then you need
Wait, you have it backwards.
the
Like
moving. No,
the
I don't have
experiment doesn't.
anything backwards. You do. The
Aristophanes
sun is
experiment doesn't start.
stationary in your model. The sun sits still. It doesn't fucking move, and the ball rotates.
The
Now
Aristophanes
you
experiment
need to
doesn't start
show
with
us
a
that.
ball.
Now what else you need to have is a flat surface and the light source and not moving. And then we see how the sticks and the shadows and the angles happen from a light source to down to a flat surface with flat sticks everywhere on it, no matter where they are, how far, close, and local. And with the ball, no matter whether you have them on the little top, wherever they can touch, you have your light source coming down, one light, hitting all your sticks, and you show us which one matches reality.
Okay, so there's nothing in
If
the
they both,
Aristosity.
no,
There's
here's
nothing
the
in the
thing.
Aristosity
You're not
experiment
done yet.
that
You're not. If they
mentions a
both match
ball.
reality, if they both can be mimicked outside and match what you can do outside, then they both that thing has to be thrown the fuck out because it didn't give you anything. It's not absolute. There was no fucking point in it. Because if the thing can happen on both, that's not what you're ever looking for. You want the thing that can only happen on a ball, but you have to have the ball handy and the flat surface to do both
You don't need the
experiments.
ball handy
You
to
have
do
to
the
have a
experiment.
non-rotating flat Earth
No, you
reference.
don't.
Yeah, you do, bitch.
No, you don't.
Or you have to have a ball spinning as your reference, or else you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you don't
Well,
have
that's what
either.
we're testing. How would
So what are
we
you
know?
talking about? What are you testing again?
Yeah.
Flat
You
Earth?
don't.
So
You're on flat Earth right now. What are you
hopefully this is
testing?
recording, because if
When
not,
you're
I'm not doing it
testing
over
it, you don't
again.
know what
You're
you're
on flat Earth
testing.
right now. What are you testing?
So
I haven't confirmed
this
it yet
picture
because I
right
haven't
here.
done the
No, we've all
experiment
peer
yet.
reviewed it. All the
This.
flat earthers have peer reviewed me. They
Yeah.
agree we're on flat Earth. We
So
have
No, we
mountains,
haven't
cliffs,
done the
this picture right
valleys,
here
experiment
is
yet.
in
hills,
debate.
We
Global
waterfalls,
haven't
warming.
done the
water spitting
experiment
This is
yet.
still.
what
We have
Earth looks like
tides.
from
Brother,
space.
we've confirmed.
But
You haven't. That's your
unfortunately,
We
this
problem.
does
haven't
not
done the
make
So
the
now how do
experiment
debate.
you
yet. So
confirm a
how could
So I'm
ball?
we
going to
make
claim
the
that the Earth is flat.
conclusion?
Yeah, how
Right.
would
I'm
You
going
we
to
need
do it
to
again
confirm
you
it?
with
need
this
to
is fake.
test you
You
You don't
need to
make
haven't
test your
assumptions
confirmed a
globe.
ball.
Go
We're
in the
pre-experiment.
with
field.
The
you.
clouds.
Go test
We're
your
with you.
globe.
And
I
he
guess you
hasn't
could make
confirmed a
that
ball. We're
argument,
with you. You haven't
since
confirmed what a
you
ball
know
does. How
you
do
can
you
just say, oh,
confirm?
they predicted the
We
clouds.
haven't
I'm
done
not
the
sure how they could
experiment yet.
predict
With what?
like individual
Exactly.
clouds
So
like
go
Pre
prove the
in
pre
globe.
detail.
With what
I don't.
Aristophanes
thing?
I
experiment.
just don't think that.
Pre
I don't think that's
Aristophanes
possible.
With
experiment.
what
We have
thing?
not. We do
With
not
what
So
assume a
object
this
are
is
you
ball.
why I
proving it
start
with? What are you trying to
this
prove the shape or attribute
screen.
of?
This
We are trying to
presentation was made
prove
way
that Earth's
before
a globe. Yes.
the final
You
experiment.
are. So you'll
So
need
you're
a
going to see
ball
some
to
stuff
know
that
what
might be
that
a little
is.
bit
You'll need a
dated, but
reference called
No.
yeah.
a
So
ball,
this is
a
24
3D
hour sun.
thing
This is
called
how
a
it looks on a
sphere in
globe.
hand, or else you have no
Earth is
clue,
tilted
imaginer.
towards the sun. The south is toward the sun. It's not really a difficult concept to
Where was
understand.
his
It works
reference?
perfectly on this model. Here is me
Where was his
stroking
reference
my
for a
globe.
fucking
Yeah,
57
I guess
mile away
that's what it
light
seems like.
source?
But yeah, I mean, you can make this model with just a simple globe at home.
Every
Just get a
millimeter,
light source
93
and
million
a globe, and you
millimeters,
can see that
is
Okay. Wait.
if you
57
tilt it
miles.
towards the light
Yeah,
source,
you got a
one
flashlight
side of the
57
one
miles
part
away
of
to
it's
be your
gonna
sun
be
Okay. Let's take
shine,
a
for your
pause
spinning
and
and it's
ask
ball?
gonna be
the
in
AI what they
daylight
think.
all the time,
Yeah, ask
no matter how
NASA
far you
how you
rotate
Hey,
it.
can
You know,
demonstrate
it's
and
kind of
how
simple to
many
understand.
miles or
hey,
how many
Gordon, you worked on the AI.
millimeters.
You
Again,
hear what we're
Ask
going
this
to
them how
allow.
many
is how we
millimeters
work
to
in reality.
converge your fucking
Here
miles
is
to for the
space
ball to be
engine. Let me
broke
just go ahead
down to
and try and
presentable
forward it.
size,
So I guess I'm not
stupid.
going to forward it. Well,
Tell them
yeah,
to
let me
scale
forward it.
down your size so you can
So
show us,
yeah,
dumb
so
fuck. Let's
here
go.
is Antarctica. We're going to go down to the
Please don't ask
surface,
it non fucking
and we're going to
important
land on the
things.
surface.
Say AI,
And then
how
when
do
you
I
land on the
scale down the
surface, this is what
globe
you
from
see
24,901 miles to put it in the
in
classroom to show
Antarctica.
the kids? It'll give you
Now
the
we all
amount.
know
Dumb
this is
fuck.
what they seen in the final experiment. They saw the sun go around them. I was
Come on,
I've been
Eratosthenes.
making this argument for a long time, and a lot of
Get your
globers,
stick out.
oh,
Get your
quote
light
unquote
source. Say,
globers,
AI,
normal
how
people
far do
have
I
been
got to make
making
my
this argument
93
also.
million
But of
mile away
course,
sun from my
no one's really able to
24,901
verify
mile
it,
around
even though
Earth that's
there's
supposed to
many
be
people have
93
already
million
been down
miles
to
away?
Antarctica to
It's going
verify
to
it.
say, what do you want
But
to
of course,
converge
they
it
have to
to?
see it for themselves.
Convert it to.
But
And you'll
here's
say,
how it works on a
well,
globe.
let's
If the Earth
say
was a
a
globe,
half a
this is how it would
millimeter, a
work.
fourth of a
Kind of
millimeter
simple to understand.
for miles.
Okay, this is a
It'll
video
say,
that
okay,
was
and it'll do
very
the
controversial. This
calculations
is the
for you.
reason why
Now
they
you've
claimed all
just
the videos
scaled
were
down
fake.
all your dog shit.
As you can see, yes,
Show
the
us.
clouds in the beginning of the video
Show
are
us,
the same at the end of the
Eratosthenes won't.
video. There's a reason for that. That's because the
You'll
documentary
need a real
was
ball, though. Because without a
it
real
was
ball,
made
what are you
for a
guys imagining?
documentary,
You're standing
and
on
they
flat
wanted to
Earth, but you're
start and
trying to
stop
convince
on
us
the
of a ball
mountain.
with what?
So they
With flat
cut the
Earth?
middle part
It's
out,
not going to
put it
help
to
you.
the end.
We can be
I
biased
actually made a
bitches
video
like you
about
too
that,
and just
exactly
say
how
you
showing
guys are
how they
dumb.
actually did it.
You're just on
You
flat
can
Earth
check
and
that out
trying to
my
do
my
what now
channel.
with a ball that doesn't exist
Yep,
nowhere?
here's the
You don't
video.
even
It
have a
goes
reference for what a
around.
ball does?
Let me speed it up.
He
It
certainly
You
goes
don't
likes to
need that
talk
around.
over you.
reference.
See, this is the part
All
right
You're
here where
finally
they
scientists, you
cut
don't
it.
talking
need this
over
ball
people
for
was
a
a
This
counter
reference.
part right
argument.
here, when the sun goes
Yeah,
behind the
you don't
light
need the
post,
ball for your reference,
that
won't
light
you,
right there,
Eratosthenes? So you see what the
that's
shadows
where
do
they
on it?
cut it, and they
so you
removed
know,
the beginning part,
compared to the flat plane
and
you
they
put
started
next to
from
it in the
here.
lab?
But yeah,
You'll need to do this for every
but
experiment.
yeah, you start and
You'll
stop
need the
on the left,
flat
and that's what they
surface
wanted to do,
and the spinning ball. Do your
right? But
Foucault's
this
pendulum,
right here is
do
the
your
original footage.
Cavendish, do all your dog shit
Of
on that
course,
spinning ball
once
so
this
you
came
know
out,
what happens
it
on a
was
real
already
spinning
the
ball.
damage was already done.
And
People just
don't
claim, oh,
call
it
it a
was nothing
liar,
anyway.
please. It's not going to lie to
But
you.
yeah, this is a different. This is the actual
The spinning
uncut
ball
footage
will
that
never lie to
shows
you
it
guys
starting
in
in a
my
different
physics
position, it
class.
goes all the way around.
You guys think it will.
Now, here's the
I
cool thing
don't
about this footage,
understand.
right?
We've got some
And I
insane
like to
people
break this
that are going to
down.
call this ball a liar.
When you look at video footage, it's easy to find out, okay, where
And
is
they're going to
this
call this
location?
flat surface impossible.
So,
And they're going to say everything that you can
you see these
demonstrate in this
buildings right
flat
here? These are
sandbox,
very
Democ,
distinctive
with
buildings
topography. The sand's not
in Antarctica,
choppy. It's
right?
got
And
all
there's
the
a reason why those are very
anything I can
distinctive.
demonstrate in this
What you
sandbox
can do
matches
is
outside reality.
you
Where
can,
is your
what
globe
is this one?
sandball
Let me see,
that
what's this?
matches reality?
So if you go to
In my sandbox,
McMurdo
if I
Station, which
take
is
a
where this
pile of
video
sand out of the
was
way and
made,
pour water, guess what
and you
water
go on
does?
Google Earth, type in
Sits
The
right
McMurdo
solar
there.
Station, you can go,
system
you can
is too
find
big
that
for your
Do you
location on
know
sandbox.
how
Google
to
Earth. Let me
show without
gonna
any
play,
dirt
see, down
what
down to
holds
the
water?
surface on
Can you
Antarctica,
show gravity holding
and
water
look, here
outside
goes
on your
those same
globe?
4 buildings,
Not dirt, not
right?
walls, not
Same 4
containment.
buildings.
Do not show any flat earth proof.
Now,
Show us how
if you click
water is
on,
held by gravity
now here's another thing.
against
If
the
you click on
surface of
Street
dirt.
View, right?
Go.
Street View is a cool thing. You click on Street View, you drag the little man over to
How
where,
about gas
oh, excuse me,
containing itself?
this little line is,
You
Is that
don't
okay?
have
you
any
place it
gas
right here.
balls. What's a gas ball?
You can
Show me it.
actually
Show me a
see
gas sphere.
what's there in
You'll need
reality.
I'm
one
not
gas
sure what's
sphere
So
the
when
for
you
your
go up
reference.
there,
center
this
of
is what you
Jupiter,
see.
but
You
you
see
can have a look at
Show us
buildings,
a
Jupiter.
gas sphere in a
and you
vacuum.
see,
We're
you
not
can
going to
pan
talk
around,
about
and look,
fucking Narnia,
there
weirdo.
goes those
We're not
same
talking about
You
exact
twinkly
4
can
buildings,
lights,
those same brown
twinkly light
buildings.
boy.
you can
Now
go
Not
this is
to
talking about
like
significant, right? Because
UFOs.
this little
amateur
Don't bring
file right
astronomy
UFO
here,
club
aliens into
near
this.
you.
that's
There'll
where
be a
Don't
guy
bring
there
Flaherty,
with
alien lights into this UFO
looking
man.
at
in the original
where you can
video,
see
right?
Jupiter
You don't
yourself.
see
I'm gonna place
UFOs,
that little
alien light,
And it's not
spot
rainbow
right there on the top of the
back
building.
spectroscopy,
That's
then
where the
boy.
because it's
camera
a
was
range
placed.
of
Yeah, you
pressure.
see
Leave it
spectroscopy,
on
Jupiter.
Jupiter.
Yeah,
Let me
rainbow
see.
Jupiter.
Go
We know
back. Yep, that's where
spectroscopy.
this camera
We
was
got you,
placed. So yeah,
rainbow
you see
man,
these 3
light
buildings. Well,
boy.
there's 4 of them,
We got
right?
you, rainbow
And the
bright.
yellow arrow is pointing
Do
to
you
where
see
the
any
camera was
you see any
placed
dirt around
in
you or water?
this
See
video
any
Yeah,
right
and
here,
bullshit like
notice
that around you?
particular
so
Do you
dirt
again,
happen
balls
to be
called
able to touch
moons
any
like
physical
right
balls
here,
Titan,
around you, or you just
Io,
brown
want to look
and
buildings,
out
so
somewhere
forth that
too?
are
and if you turn
orbiting
around here,
Can a
Jupiter.
guy
It's
like you
funny
touch any
how like
real
these
balls to get a
amateur
reference for a
this
astronomy
is the
ball?
people
direction we're looking from.
uh
Do
So
you
like for
have
back,
a
just like a couple
ball or
$1,000,
not?
that's the
you can
direction right
just
there.
like
So
buy a
now we see the
telescope
Stop
building
and
right,
see
and
these
this is
orbiting
an
twinkly
objects.
light.
actual place on Earth that
No,
is
no, it's
in
not an
Antarctica. So
imagination.
now,
It's a
okay,
measured observation through telescope.
this has to
So
be
when
real,
you look at
right?
these things
There's people
and you
that work
notice that
there.
orbits
There's people
actually
that go there
exist,
every single
like
year
you don't have
that
much
work there.
room for
So
your
it has to be a
backyard
real
because
location.
your
You can't
backyard's
just,
smaller than
but of
Jupiter.
course we're dealing with flat earthers here.
That didn't
Again,
make any
How do you
sense.
know
same 4
that?
buildings.
That didn't
And
How
look,
do
make
you
any
know how
here's
big
another
sense.
Jupiter
gentleman
is?
here. This gentleman
Mountain
Get a
right
ranges,
ball
all
and
here.
the
show us what an
What's the
orbit
I'm
measurement
means.
of
not
your
showing you. Here's the
backyard,
audio. I'm
Demok?
going to
Get
play the
a
audio. That way you
ball
can
and
hear it.
show us how you.
But if you look back here, right
What's the
here are
measurements of
those
your backyard,
same
Demok?
4 brown buildings. So let's go ahead.
No
I'm not
earth
sure if you
curve.
can hear this, but I'm going to play
mountain
What's the
the
ranges,
audio.
measurements of your
all
backyard,
across the
Demok?
horizon, which I didn't realize you could see basically all
Not a
through
globe.
McMurdo. The
No
last
earth
thing you might
curve.
notice is that if you look out, it might look like it's about
So
6 or
is it
7 in the
like
evening,
5
but I think
square
it's
miles?
actually
How big's
about
your
11
backyard, Demok?
p.m. Not a globe.
And
right now,
not a
How
this is
big's the?
about
6
as
inch
low
That's
dirt
not a
as the sun
measurement.
is
nowhere in
getting.
my back or
So
Is it
Arnold's
it never gets
backyard.
darker than this.
5,000 feet by
For,
10,000
Right there,
feet?
you
How
got
big's the
Not 8
backyard?
inches
firsthand
of
Give me
dirt
knowledge.
dropped
dimensions.
nowhere
You got firsthand
that you
knowledge
Give me
consider
from
earth
dimensions,
a
you
curve.
gentleman that
coward
works
little
there
girl
saying the
bitch.
sun never
The
Give me the
earth
sets.
little
won't even
dimensions of your
allow
little
you to be
backyard,
anything
bitch.
This
else.
is
Now
not
you
the
guys
Can't
want
this
to
measure
is
your
allow
not
the
the
backyard,
8
video
inch
can you,
drop
little
in my
that
bitch? How
backyard.
shows
The
big's your
mud
where
puddles
the
backyard,
would
Earth
little
get
is.
bitch?
felt.
So
Come
Why
on,
don't you
answer the
believe
little
the mud
question,
puddle
little
in
so
my
bitch.
here's another
backyard
place.
that's
Little
8
This is
inches?
Davis
backyard,
Station.
I
little
got an
coward
8
Again,
inch
bitch.
you
drop
have
in my
Yeah,
backyard.
yeah.
Is that the
24
earth
hour
Right.
curve?
sun,
How
shadows
big his
moving
little
around buildings,
backyard
moving around
is.
objects.
Don't make
How
me
do
I don't
you
know.
carry
This is
that
a
know
out
big
of
what
you.
the
backyard.
earth curve is
Identifiable
compared to
What's the
the 8 inch
dimensions of your
hill in my
backyard, little
backyard
coward
with a
so
mud
there's
girl?
3
puddle?
buildings right
What's the
here.
Moonlight.
dimensions of your little
So
coward
You want to
you
compare
backyard?
type
the
in
earth Earth curve to
conversation
the
in
The dimensions of
82
your
or
little
the 8
backyard
every
Well,
there,
it's
month
better
year
to
Pal.
have a
rock?
Hello?
home.
Come on.
same three
Come on,
buildings.
little
So here we go.
pansy.
What
Get out
is
your
an
little
Earth
ruler
curve,
and measure your
weirdo?
backyard.
And if
It's
Stop
not
we
like you
imagining
haven't
move
stuff,
to the
tried to measure your
pervert.
first,
backyard before. It's like you're
and lo and
arguing from
behold, there go
ignorance.
those
I
same
wonder what kind of fallacy
buildings
that
right there,
is.
right?
How big's your backyard, Demok?
Again, this is the same location, right?
Stop running away from the question.
Shadows going in
How?
circles,
What are the dimensions? Measure your
24-hour
backyard,
sun.
then come back to me.
24-hour sun. Now this is, like I said,
I
this
just,
was made. I've been making this argument for a long time now, so this is nothing. This is nothing new.
yo,
We've
Blade,
all
what are you
known that
talking
there's
about?
been 24 hours, and that's why we were so adamant about flat earthers actually going there.
I want the measurements of
When
Demok's backyard.
Will Duffy presented this, I was ecstatic. I was like, yes, please, please
Hey,
take
Mark,
some
how
flat
big is
earthers
your
with you. It was
backyard?
amazing. I couldn't wait for them to actually see it. That's why flat earth is in
Where'd he
turmoil
go?
right now. All right, let's
Is he out measuring his backyard?
yeah, same thing
Probably.
here. We all know. I'm not
I
gonna
look forward
beat
to
a dead
results,
horse here.
and
This
I
is how it
hope
works on the
it's
globe.
smaller than
You go
Jupiter.
down there, and the sun is gonna go around you.
Is
I mean,
his backyard
yeah,
round?
it works perfectly. It works
Yeah,
perfectly on this
according to
model,
you.
on the globe model. There's no,
Yeah, it's all round.
Yeah,
this is
according
exactly
to
what
you.
they
Even
saw.
though
They
there's
saw the
changes
sun
in
go around it,
elevation
it goes
that
up and down because
have nothing
they're
to
not
do with
directly at the
the
pole.
rate of birth curve.
If you're at
You're
the
saying
pole,
that
if
they're
you're at the pole,
Clearly
it's
his
not gonna go up and
background,
down. It's gonna pretty much
background.
stay at the
Clearly his
same
backyard is
elevation
not round.
above the
It's not
horizon.
well,
a quarter.
as a
It's not
glober,
eight
you
inches
see
mile.
stuff.
It's
Your
not.
eyes,
And
It's
here
not
we have
you think your
here
eyes are tricking you. You think that even though
exactly what
everything
we would
doesn't
expect to
appear
see on the
curved,
globe.
in
I
your
mean,
mind you tell
the
yourself,
model
well, in
predicts this.
reality, everything's
There's
curved.
now there's
backyard's
no
not a mile
question whether or not
squared.
there's a 24-hour sun because
But you don't see anything
globers
curved,
and
and you
flat
just
earthers have
have to
seen
tell
it. So
yourself that because you believe a globe.
okay, so now let's change the subject a little bit.
You tell
These
yourself
were a
certain things
point of
because you
contention that
believe
a
it's
lot of
flat.
flat
Like
earthers
it's not a counter argument, dude.
they actually
No,
absolutely
it
hate
literally
these
is
photos
flat. It
because for
acts
one they
flat.
claim that
It's
it's
treated as
some
flat.
they claim that
That's
it's some
reality,
kind
bro.
of
Someone
refraction
treats it as
that
slab.
is making these
Yeah,
buildings
everybody does.
obstructed,
No,
right? It has to
Yes.
be some sort of refraction or
no.
it
Yeah.
And a
specifically
bacteria on the
sinking
surface
refraction
of
is
the
what they claim.
balloon treats it flat.
You
I took
It's not a
think
that
every
doesn't
you think every
picture of
necessarily
point
it
away
something
from
by
that
you
as the
over
is
balloon
about
actually
sloping
being
a
down.
flat.
3 month
So you think
period.
when
If
you
you haven't
place a
done
I went
that,
ball
out
but
there
like
you
multiple
think when you
days,
place the
imagine
ball
you're
on the
listening in
consistent
your
floor
days,
head,
that it's
and
gonna
this
just because
roll
this
away
there's
building
from
something
right
that's
you?
here is
vertical
Nothing
flat
rolls
was
away
against the
from
always
you.
surface of the
obstructed.
balloon compared to
Period. Period.
bacteria.
No, you
It,
have to be on an
There
actual
was no
slope,
way
not
around
an
it. Every single one
imaginary
time I went
globe
at the same location, it
model
was always
curve
obstructed.
slope
no,
that
nothing's
have your
imagined,
This is
ball
it's
how it
going
worked.
measured.
away.
How it would work on an
No, you're
Nothing's
not
imaginary
actually
setting.
listening.
I
measured.
took
You
It's
don't
actually
listen.
being
I
measured,
took
not
You're
imagined.
not listening. You're
3D
freaking
Come
out
like
because
printed
you know what I'm
measurement.
telling you.
buildings,
You
and I
get it.
put them on
Yeah,
my
You get it,
refrigerators,
and
the
you're
curved
freaking out.
surface, and this is exactly what I would
yeah,
expect to
you
see
just can't handle
if
that.
the
Like
surface was
large
curved, right?
portions of the Earth have been measured.
Again, here's a
The
boat.
distance
No,
from
Shout
you
out
can't
to
the
handle
what's
that when
his
you put
name?
a
Oh
ball
man,
on the
I'm
floor.
gonna
It
be
doesn't
upset because I
roll
can't
away.
think of his name.
Okay, you're changing
But
elevation.
yeah,
It's not
shout out
happening.
to whoever made this
you
video.
do
Shout out
know
to
like
you. I'll
geodetic
probably
surveying
remember it
is
later on,
better
but definitely
than like
Put a ball
I'll
on
measuring
the
a
give you a shout
floor.
out.
bowling
All
ball
you have
with
But
your
to
like
little
do
you
is
see here,
put a
here's
ball
an
on the
eye
floor,
level,
and that's how you're gonna know that
you
there's
can
no
see the
slope.
boat is going
Okay,
away
that's
from
what
you,
you're gonna
and
do.
he's got all the distances mapped out, and the
so a
boat is
bacteria
really
can be
going
put on
down.
a balloon,
So
therefore the
Can you
balloon
please,
isn't.
can
if
you
this
please
was
stop
just
acting like
perspective, right?
that
Then the boat,
you're like
this part right here,
on
the
a
line
slope?
would remain at this
I'm not
line
acting
right
like
Just,
here.
I'm
just yeah,
like
This is going to
I thought you
be,
weren't even flat Earth
and this
anymore.
is going to be important later on. I'm going to show you why. This line right here should not,
Nobody
this
wants
boat
to
should
address
not
what's
be
actually
going
being said
down
to
if the
them.
surface is
I mean, I
flat,
don't think this
right?
guy's actually flat
That's
Earth.
going to be important
Yeah,
later
see,
on.
he can't address it either. See, you can't
Then
address the
here's
fact
that
that your
still
ball doesn't
same
roll away from you.
my same observation, but
Can
not
you be
zoomed in. As you can see
unbiased? Can
here,
any
here's
Glover
those
be
buildings.
unbiased and do
If you
an
can see right here
actual
in the
physical
center, but
experiment on what a
all along
ball
this
does and how it reacts with Foucault's
You need to
this
get a
pendulum?
ball, and you get a
the
ball, and you're
shoreline
doing the
is
ball.
obstructed.
Yeah, you put a
There's
string
lots of
on it
things
and a
here.
cat toy
Actually,
pendulum.
over
You have a
here,
little camera watch
weirdly
it.
enough,
You
there's an
spin it
airport.
around and we see what the ball
There's an
does. And you
airport there
don't
that you
lie
can't
for
see.
it.
We don't have to do that.
This
So
is
move on.
ball
So this was
evidence
my
because
my
otherwise you
original
have no ground to stand on.
vantage.
The
You don't know
default
what a
position
ball
is
does
we're
and
on
you
the
never
globe.
will.
No. See, the default position
There
is
is
we're on
no
the globe.
ball reference.
Yeah,
What's the
no, we
ball
are.
reference
We
for
don't
your
need a reference.
default?
We don't need a reference. We got pictures. So
What?
it's
You
up
got
to
a
you,
picture
flat
of a
earthers,
ball
to go
reference?
into
No,
your
pictures
lab.
aren't 3D.
Emma, I need you to
Pictures are
go
not
into your
3D
lab, and
spheres.
I
I
need
am
you to
sorry
make me
they
a
told
flat
you
earth.
that.
Works.
Whoever told you
Nope.
3D spheres are flat pictures, they lied to you,
Yeah,
brother.
Emma,
why don't you
You
get
you
us?
need
Why
a
don't you get us the
reference
flat?
called a
Why don't you
ball
get us
in
the flat?
hand.
Why don't you get us the flat
One ball
surface
in
and
hand is
prove that
worth all your
the
stories in the bush.
why don't
Remember
you
this,
get the
loser.
why don't you
One
get
ball in
a flat
hand.
surface and
What
prove the
is a
flatness
ball?
of the
What
Earth?
is a ball is the
Give me a
class today.
flat surface.
Emma.
What do pendulums do on balls?
Give me
That's what
water
we're
on a
all going to
flat
learn
surface
today.
and have the water stick to the flat surface.
Cole, you guys guys are in a cult. You don't believe the ball. You think it's a fucking liar. Why? Why are you against ball physics?
99.9% of the world.
source and a globe, and you can see that if you tilt it towards the light source, one side of the one part of it's going to be shine. It's going to be in daylight all the time, no matter how far you rotate it. You know, it's kind of simple to understand. Um, Again, if the Earth was a globe, this is how it would work in reality. Here is space engine. Let me just go ahead and try and forward it. So I guess I'm not going to forward it. Well, yeah, let me forward it. So yeah, so here is Antarctica. We're going to go down to the surface, and we're going to land on the surface. And then when you land on the surface, this is what you see in Antarctica. Now we all know this is what they seen in the final experiment. They saw the sun go around them. I was I've been making this argument for a long time, and a lot of globers, quote unquote globers, normal people have been making this argument also. But of course, no one's really able to verify it, even though there's many people that have already been down to Antarctica to verify it. But of course, they have to see it for themselves. But here's how it works on a globe. If the Earth was a globe, this is how it would work. Kind of simple to understand. Okay, this is a video that was very controversial. This is the reason why they claimed all the videos were fake. As you can see, yes, the clouds in the beginning of the video are the same at the end of the video. There's a reason for that. That's because the documentary was it was made for a documentary, and they wanted to start and stop on the mountain, so they cut the middle part out and put it to the end. I actually made a video about that, exactly showing how they actually did it. You can check that out on my channel. Yep, here's the video. It goes around. Let me speed it up. Goes around, and see, this is the part right here where they cut it. This part right here, when the sun goes behind the light post, that light right there, that's where they cut it, and they removed the beginning part, and they started from here. But yeah, you start and stop on the mountain. That's what they wanted to do, right? But this right here is the original footage. Of course, once this came out, it was already the damage was already done. People just claim, oh, it's all fake anyway. But yeah, this is a different. This is the uncut footage that shows it starting in a different position. It goes all the way around. Now, here's the cool thing about this footage, right? I like to break this down. When you look at video footage, it's easy to find out, okay, where is this location? So, you see these buildings right here? These are very distinctive buildings in Antarctica, right? And there's a reason why those are very distinctive. What you can do is you can, what is this one? Let me see, what's this? So if you go to McMurdo Station, which is where this video was made, and you go on Google Earth, type in McMurdo Station, you can find that location on Google Earth. Let me let it play. See, down to the surface on Antarctica, and look, here goes those same four buildings, right? Same four buildings.
All right. I mean,
Now,
we can
if
see
you
that.
click on, now here's another thing. If you click on Street View, right? Street View is a cool thing. You click on Street View, you drag the little man over to where, oh, excuse me, this little line is, and you place it right here. You can actually see what's there in reality. So when you go down there, this is what you see. You see buildings, and you can pan around, and look, there goes those same exact four buildings, those same brown buildings.
I
Now
agree
this is
with you on that.
significant, right? Because this little spot right here, that's where the camera was placed in the original video, right? That little spot right there on the top of the building, that's where the camera was placed. Oh, let me see. Go back. Yep, that's where the camera was placed. So yeah, you see
You hear
these
me
three
at all?
buildings. Well, there's four of them, right?
Okay.
And that yellow arrow is pointing to where the camera was placed in this video right here, right? So again, four buildings right here, right there, four brown buildings. And if you turn around here, this is the direction we're looking from. So go back. That's the direction right there. So now we can verify that this is an actual place on Earth that is in Antarctica. So now okay, okay, this has to be real, right? There's people that work there. There's people that go there every single year that work there. So it has to be a real location. You can't just, but of course, we're dealing with flat earthers here. Again, same 4 buildings. And look, here's another gentleman here. This gentleman
Mountain
actually
ranges,
works
all
here.
the
I'm not sure if you can hear the audio, but I'm going to play the audio that way you can hear it. But if you look back here, right there are those same 4 brown buildings. So let's go ahead. I'm not sure if you can hear this, but I'm going to play
mountain
the
ranges,
audio.
all across the horizon, which I didn't realize you could see, basically all from McMurdo. The last thing you might notice is that if you look out, it might look like it's about 6 or 7 in the evening, but I think it's actually about 11 p.m. And right now, this is about as low as the sun is getting. So it never gets darker than this.
So right there, you got firsthand knowledge from a gentleman that works there saying the sun never sets. So, and this is not the only video. There's many, many other videos that show people that actually work there. So here's another place. This is Davis Station. Again, we have 24-hour sun, shadows going around buildings, around objects. We have identifiable buildings, identifiable landmarks. Here's 3 buildings right here. So if you type in Davis Station in Google Earth, it'll take you here. Same 3 buildings. So here we go, Davis Station. And if we do this, we go down to the surface, and lo and behold, there goes those same buildings right there, right? Again, this is the same location, right? Shadows going in circles. 24-hour sun. 24-hour sun. Now this is, like I said, this was made. I've been making this argument for a long time now. So this is nothing. This is nothing new. We've all known that there's been 24 hours, and that's why we were so adamant about flat earthers actually going there. When Will Duffy presented this, I was ecstatic. I was like, yes, please, please take some flat earthers with you. It was amazing. I couldn't wait for them to actually see it. That's why flat earth is in turmoil right now. All right, let's yeah, same thing here. We all know. I'm not gonna beat a dead horse. Right? This is how it works on a globe. You're gonna go down there, and the sun is gonna go around you. I mean, it works perfectly. It works perfectly on this model, on the globe model. There's no, you know, this is exactly what they saw. They saw the sun go around them, and it goes up and down because they're not directly at the pole. If you're directly at the pole, it's not gonna go up and down. It's gonna pretty much stay at the same elevation above the horizon, right? So, and here we have TFE, exactly what we would expect to see on the globe. I mean, the model predicts this. There's no question whether or not there's a 24-hour sun because globers and flat earthers have seen it. So, okay, so now let's change the subject a little bit. These were a point of contention that a lot of flat earthers they actually absolutely hate these photos because for one they claim that they claim that it's some kind of refraction that is making these buildings obstructed, right? It has to be some sort of refraction, or it specifically sinking refraction is what they claim, right? I took all these photos when I was living in Hawaii over about a good 2 or 3 month period. Went out there multiple days, and every single day, as you can see, this building right here, every single day I went, it was always obstructed. And I mean, there was no way around it. Every single one time I went at the same location, it was always obstructed. So this is how it would work on a curved surface. I took some 3D printed buildings and I put them on my refrigerator, which is a curved surface, and this is exactly what I would expect to see if the surface was curved, right? Again, here's a boat. Shout out to, I forget his name. Oh man, I'm gonna be upset because I can't think of his name. But yeah, shout out to whoever made this video. Shout out to you. I'll probably remember it later on, but definitely I'll give you a shout out. But as you can see here, here's an eye level, and you can see the boat is going away from you. He's got all the distances mapped out, and the boat is literally going down. So if this was just perspective, right? Then the boat, this part right here, the line, would remain at this line right here. This is going to be, and this is going to be important later on. I'm going to show you why. This line right here should not, this boat should not be going down if the surface is flat, right? That's going to be important later on. Again, here's those same same observation, but not zoomed in. As you can see here, here's those buildings. If you can see right here in the center, but all along this shoreline is obstructed. There's lots of things here. Actually, over here, funny enough, there's an airport. There's an airport there that you can't see. So let's move on. So this was my original vantage point or location observation point, and you can see on going to these buildings is about 15 miles, right? So this is my line of sight, right? I think one of these is actually a video, but yeah, this is those buildings close up. And remember, in the original photos, you can't see any of these trees. You cannot see any of it. This is an island right here well, I'm not staying on it, but this is a stock picture that I pulled off of Google, where there's an island right here that this person is standing on, looking at these buildings. Again, you don't see that in this picture. That's this building right here. This building right here is, wait, let me go back. This building right here is this building right here. Again, you don't see any of those trees. This building right here, this is 25, this is a 25-story building, right? And you can't see half of it. Every day, you can't see half of it. Now, again, they're going to claim that, oh, it's some sort of sinking refraction. Well, is it the same effect every single day? So every single day I'm getting the same effect to have sinking refraction, the same conditions to get sinking refraction on every single day. I don't think so. All right, so I think here's a video. This is a good one. This is another building that's obstructed, but this one is interesting right here. Let's see. Let me play this. So over here is my line of sight, and as you can see, look, my line of sight goes over top of all of this land here. All of that land. Not see, this is 13 miles. I don't see any of that land here. That's 13 miles. Let's let it play. What else is there? Oh my goodness. Look at this. That's a runway. That's a runway. That's an airport that we can't see. I mean, look at that. Again, this is my line of sight, and you don't see any of that here. Oh, there goes the water. Yep. And it goes right back to my original observation point. So that's a lot of stuff obstructed. That's a lot of stuff obstructed. This is looking in the opposite direction. That's a building, I think that's about 17 miles away, and the building is completely obstructed. Let's see, I think I have another picture, same thing here. Building's obstructed, 17 miles away. I think that's a factory that's in the distance there. Same buildings, same obstruction. This is the actual building, right? Yeah. So I mean, like I said, even in the opposite direction, you can still see obstruction. And a lot of them like to claim, oh, it's a wave. Well, I mean, yeah, these are waves, of course, but it's not a 50-foot wave. You know, these are probably like 2 or 3 feet. You know, these are like 2 or 3 feet waves, but they're not 50 feet. Again, this is the same building, 25 stories. This is the I forget what that's called. That's the Rainbow Tower. So here is the hypothesis, or here is the predictions for if we're on a flat Earth, right? If you had a water level across a flat surface, that means that everything that is the exact same height should line up if you're if you're using an water level. This is the globe prediction. If you're using a water level, that water level should drop away, right? And of course, surveyors, they predict the same thing. This is from a surveying manual that I picked up. Yes, and geodetic surveyors over a long distance, it says geodetic surveys of large areas are affected by and must take into account the curvature of the Earth, location on Earth's surface, and elevation above sea level. So, for some reason, surveyors they have to take this into account for some reason. If there was no curvature, then they wouldn't have to take it into account. It wouldn't be in these documents. Again, here's a prediction on flat Earth or effects of curvature. Now, here is again perspective on a flat plane, right? This is the horizontal right here, and all of these lines are the same exact height above the surface. Same thing here. This is a perspective view. This is the orthographic view, right? Everything is the same height. Let's say 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet. This is what I would expect over a curved surface, right? Same thing here. This is a hallway, right? Let's say my head is the same exact height as this red line right here. If I walk down this hallway, my head should remain on this red line. It would not drop away, and I wouldn't expect it to drop away. Now, going back to that other picture, let me see if I can go back real quick. Let's go those boats. Remember those boats I showed earlier? Right here. If this is a flat surface, there's no way this boat should be going down, right? This boat should not be going down. Go back here. Again, flat surface, going down a hallway, right? Same exact height, remains the same height. 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet. This is what I would expect to see on a flat Earth. Unfortunately, that's not what we see. We don't see that. Same thing here. I just added a little bit more. But yeah, you get the picture, right? Because they love to claim perspective. Same thing here. Here's a hallway. If I walk, let's say the line on the wall is the same exact height as my head. If I walk down the hallway, at no point is my head going to drop below the black line. It's just not going to happen. That's perspective. At no point is the floor going to obstruct the ceiling. It's just not going to happen, right? Flat surface. Here's something I made when I was in Korea. This is a horizontal plane, right? And this is a theodolite app on my phone, and it's leveled, as you can see here. And as I move this block away, that line remains on that block. There's like a black line across that. Looks like a battery or something. But yeah, it doesn't move. It stays on that black line because this is a flat surface, and this is what happens in perspective. Things that are at eye level will remain at eye level on a flat plane, right? Now, so with that being said, this is what I did. I took an auto level and I went out to the beach to confirm whether or not what flat earthers were saying was true. I set it up and it's made sure I learned I understood how the device works. All you got to do is you turn this knob right here, and there's another knob, and this is how you level it. So when when a bubble is completely in a circle, that means it's level. I had my son stand in the water, and I put the measuring rod pretty much at the surface of the water, give or take an inch or two, whatever. Right? This red line represents where the crosshairs are, right here. So this is how high above the water I am. So I'm 11 feet and about 3 inches, right? And when I look through, if the surface of the water is supposedly flat, that means these crosshairs should be hitting about 11 feet on a building. But unfortunately, they are not. This right here is a 15-story building, and these crosshairs are hitting the top of that 15-story building. So that means something is dropping in the distance. Again, let's go back. Let's go back here, and as we can see, on a flat surface, everything that is 5 feet would remain at the same elevation above the surface, right? So all these lines are the same exact height. This is my eye level right here. This is my eye level. My eye level is 11 feet 3 inches above the water. And this is what I see. For some reason, in the distance, the crosshairs are hitting at 11 feet above, well, they're hitting at well above 11 feet. This is a 15-story building, right? At 14 miles, this is what's going on here. So either this building is at a lower elevation or the surface of this water is curved. There's no other way around it. Now you can claim that there's some sort of refraction going on. I'll give you that, a little bit of refraction, but it will be in the opposite direction. It would not be, it would be making it, the refraction would help flat earthers, but it in this case it doesn't at all. I went on multiple days, and this is the same. You get the same effect on any day that I went. So here's a short little video. That's actually a boat going in front of me. So I mean, there's no way that I'm higher than the boat. I mean, that's a pretty big boat right there. Everyone, and then a lot of people like to claim, "Oh, look how big the waves are. The waves are, But again, these waves are lower than me. This is 11 feet. They're not higher than me, right? And I know that this that boat is bigger than me. So what's going on here? Again, so I'm gonna pan to the left, and there's that 15-story building again. Still at the same height, you know? Same exact height. So I mean, again, you have to somehow address that. Let's go. Let's see. So again, here's those buildings, and you don't see them. So here again, this is where the water is, right, on that building, and here's where the crosshairs are. So that means if I got closer to that building, I would have to angle the water level up. It's pretty obvious. All right. So next subject: flights in the southern hemisphere. This was a big one back in a few months ago. Now no one really addresses it, but the argument was that the jet streams are a lot faster in the south, which is not true. But the thing is that a lot of flat earthers pretty much claim that these flights did not exist until we actually started showing them, like, yes, they do exist, and people go in them. People pay for these flights, and they travel on them all the time, several times a week, in fact. I'm sure a lot of people have seen this meme before. It's not true. I mean, you can pick any location on here and say, oh, there's no flights between these two places, therefore it's not real. The problem is these flights right here, there are flights in between those, right? So there's definitely flights that go in between these locations right here. Um, Here's all the Southern Hemisphere flights. You got Sydney to Santiago. You got Santiago to Sydney. You got Sydney to Johannesburg. You got Perth to Johannesburg. Auckland to Santiago. All these are real flights that you can purchase and you can fly on. Actually, I think this one right here. Which one is it? I think it's Melbourne to Santiago. This is the one that or no, I'm sorry. It was QF-27. This is the one that Critical Think traveled on to go on TFE. This is the one he traveled from Sydney to Santiago so he can meet up with the guys for TFE. So, and I have the distances highlighted, and that's going to be important because this is what kills flat Earth is these distances and these times right here, right? So this flight right here, which is Dallas to Seoul, I actually took that flight when I was stationed in Korea for a little while. Now, if you can see, this red line here represents the distance from Dallas to Seoul. I took this flight, and it's a 14-hour flight. But the thing is, in Santiago to Sydney, that's also a 14-hour flight. But you can see the distance here. It's almost three times the distance. So this is why they call it a straw man. Whenever you point out things like this, they want to distance themselves as much as possible from this map. And now they have to distance themselves even more, and they have to throw it away because not only are the distances incorrect, now they have to contend with the 24-hour sun and these distances. So yeah, they pretty much have disregarded this map altogether. So let's go on. All right, let me oh man, this is wait. Let's go back. Oh, you can't see it. Okay. So there's a reason why I have this here. You can't really see it here. So there's three different paths here. So if it's gonna take the straight path, that is a distance of 16,000 miles roughly. And if it's 16,000 miles, let me see, this is the one. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. If the plane takes a straight path, which is this one right here, which is this path right here, then the average speed is 5,500 miles per hour. I'm sorry, excuse me. Wow, I can't read. 550 miles per hour, and because flat earthers love jet streams, you give them a 250-mile-an-hour jet stream, that gives you 800 miles per hour. So the flat Earth distance between Sydney and Santiago is 16,000 miles. So the flight duration. So so you got an airplane travel 800 miles an hour. If it travels 800 miles an hour to get to Santiago, Sydney to Santiago, at the flat Earth distance of 16,000 miles, then you take the distance divided by the total speed, you get 20 hours. So this flight would actually take 20 hours if this flat Earth distance is correct, right? So because I mean, they want to claim that the flight is actually going faster, right? So this is how fast it's supposedly going, 800 miles an hour because of that jet stream, right? It would still take 20 hours. Now, let's go back. Let me see if the plane takes the outside path, right? Because a lot of them they do want to claim that it does. Oh, it actually does take this outside path right here. Well, that's a longer distance, so it's going to require a faster jet stream. Let's see. So let's go back. Well, we gave it the 250-mile-an-hour jet stream. So average speed is 550 miles per hour plus 250-mile-an-hour jet streams, 800 miles per hour. The distance on flat Earth on the outside, right, is 20,142 miles. So that would actually take 25 hours because you take the distance divided by the total speed, and it gives you roughly 25 hours. So again, still too much, still too long. Doesn't fit. Now, let's do it on a globe. So the average speed is about 550 miles an hour. And we're not going to really go crazy with the jet stream because the jet stream is like, it's not going to be 250 miles an hour every single day. So let's go with the regular speed, right? The average speed, which, I mean, if you go on Flight Radar 24, you can download all the spreadsheet, and it's going to show you the speed. You can get an average from it. So 550 miles an hour, and the distance between Sydney and Santiago is 7,060 miles roughly. So if you take the distance divided by the speed, right? 7,060 miles divided by 550 miles per hour, you get 12.83 hours, which is literally right on time. You know, it's literally almost to the minute. And if you look here, here is the actual time. It's about 12 hours. So yeah, I mean it matches. It matches the globe model. You can't get any closer than that. And like I said before, flat earthers usually claim that they didn't exist, and I actually found one. I actually found one taking off. This is QF63 from Johannesburg going to Sydney, right? Yes, this is actually a flight taking off. QF63. So I mean, to sit here and deny these is that's kind of the name of the game for flat earthers. Deny as much as possible. Claim it's fake. Claim, I mean, that's kind of the name of the game, right? Again, here's Dallas to Seoul, same time as Santiago to Sydney. Wouldn't be possible with the AE map. Just wouldn't be possible. So again, here it is. Dallas, South Korea, 10 hours, 14 minutes. Johannesburg to Sydney, 14 hours, 13 minutes. Different. Look at the difference. This is why they have to run from this model, Okay, now, a lot of these are kind of just things that I've seen. So, perspective, right? This is one of those perspective things, and they take a high elevation picture like this, and they just kind of throw perspective lines on it, right? There's no reference, right? There's no reference to what's going on here, so you don't know exactly what's going on. You don't know if the lines are line up. Oh, but what they do is they put those lines right on the horizon, so they can say, "Oh, look, perspective lines meet at the horizon." But when you do it in reality, like I did, I once took this picture in Hawaii. This is the Honolulu airport. You can see that those lines do not meet at the horizon. Um, and you know those runways are parallel. We know that. There's no way around that. These lines are absolutely parallel. So we take parallel lines, they do not meet at the horizon. And then, of course, the argument against this is claiming, oh, well, we don't know exactly where the horizon is because we've seen boats floating. Well, in the floating boats pictures, we know what's going on at the horizon, and that doesn't happen here. You don't get those conditions here in Hawaii, no matter how much you want to try and argue them, right? This is cool. This is Lahaina noon. I took a picture of this when Lahaina noon actually happened. These, as you see, there's no shadows except for maybe a little. Sorry, except for maybe like a little sliver right here. But that means that the light from the sun is coming in parallel, right? There's no shadows here. Well, except for over here, but there's an overhang. But yeah, I thought that was cool. Here's just a boat going over the curve. You know, pretty obvious. That wouldn't happen if the Earth was flat. Here's another boat going over the curve. That wouldn't happen if the Earth was flat. Right? Here's another picture I took from 25 stories up. I took one picture. I waited about 15, 20 minutes and took another picture of the same boat. And you can see that half the boat is gone. And this is from 25 stories up. This is a good one from Jesse. Jesse took a picture of this. Shout out to from Jesse. And the sun is below eye level. Doesn't make any sense on flat Earth if how the sun is below eye level. This is a famous picture I've seen floating around. The sun is cut off by the horizon. It's at eye level. The boat is here. There's no way for the reason for the sun to be at my eye level. It just doesn't make any sense. Here is a a video that I took of the sun. That is the sun going down, not going away. It's not going away. It's going down. How is it that apparently there's no reflection on the water, right? Why is there no light on the water here? The water is dark. Water is completely dark. But for some reason, the sun is still here. And the cool thing about this is that you can recreate this same effect with simple things around the house. This was an exercise ball and a light source. This is how sunsets work on the globe. Pretty simple. Again, no reflection of the sun's light on the water. That means there's something blocking the light from the sun. And I took this picture from 25 stories up from a hotel in Honolulu. That's why I was able to get this shot. And the sun is already down. For the people on the ground, they probably can't see the sun. They can't see it. Or if they do, they could probably see it, but they know they're still in darkness. Mm, again, here's a good one. Here's another one. This one is not zoomed in. All of these people, all this water here is in darkness, but I can still see the sun because I'm up high. That means that the horizon is blocking the light from the sun. Impossible on flat Earth. Doesn't happen. Here's a good one from I forget who made this one, but the pictures of the sun throughout the day, they're all the same size. Doesn't change in angular size. No matter what flat earthers want to try and tell you, doesn't change in angular size. Um, this was a thing from what's his name? I forget his name. I forget his name. Flat earther passed away years ago. But he used to try and claim that the sun, that what was it claim? I can't even think of it right now. Oh, a Fresnel lens. That the atmosphere acts like a Fresnel lens, and that's how it's able to look like it's going down. Well, actually, it looks like it's going down, and it's changing angular size. So no, neither one of those actually work. This is what it would be if the sun was 4,000 miles above the Earth. There's no reason for any for. I mean, if I'm standing right here if I'm standing right here, right, there's no reason why I wouldn't be able to see the sun, right, from anywhere on Earth. Like I'm over here, there's no reason that I wouldn't be able to see the sun, right? Um, Refraction lifts things up over a curve. This is a pretty cool demonstration from a um shout out to what the heck I forget what his name was. His name was oh, Bearded Devil. He used to do a lot of little demonstrations like this. But yeah, this is what happens when you have a cold surface, cold air below warm air. It lifts things up exactly how what we would expect to see with refraction. But a lot of times flat earthers even denied refraction that if refraction even existed. As you can now here's the same thing, and you can see that the surface is curved, right? It's a curved surface. That's not a straight board. So whatever we're seeing here is it's allowing whatever was there, those two Legos to be visible. All right, let's get out of here. It's loud. Oof. Do I have to hear that? Yeah. So yeah, this is just a when this rocket got up high enough, it was illuminated by the sun. I thought that was cool. Yeah. This was a good one. That's an airplane landing in the water. I got a I got one just like that. I filmed. Another one. Flat earthers love to say this. So when you put a quarter down on a table, if you move the quarter away from you, you see it disappear from the bottom up. Well, of course it would do that if you put the camera slightly below the table. But when you put the camera just in line with the table, that doesn't happen. This is a good one. Flat earthers love using this as proof of flat Earth. Oh, look, the horizon looks flat. Oh, and then they'll only show like a small little snippet of it. But when you show the whole thing, right? Well, this is the only part that they show, just this part, and they'll go back and forth, and that's it. Oh, look, oh, the Earth is flat. Oh man, but when you is that the last one? Oh, that is the last one. Oh, did I not get the other one? Oh, I don't have the other one. Okay, well, I have the same clip here, but I have the same clip, but it's like it shows this same clip with where the balloon pops and it goes concave, convex. So yeah. But when you look at things that don't have that distortion, you see the same curve. Does the curve doesn't change, right? So this would be a wide angle lens, as you can when you see the curve goes convex when it goes past the center, right? That's what we see on a wide angle lens. This is what we see when it's not a wide angle lens. It's actually curved. Belt of Venus. This is yeah, Belt of Venus. Same thing here, Earth shadow. This is Earth shadow from an airplane. That's because the Earth is in the way. It's making a shadow on the clouds right there. Again, same thing, Earth shadow. Earth shadow. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, flat earthers absolutely hate this one. When you compress this, the horizon is curved. It's kind of that simple. Only the horizon is curved. Of course, the table is curved too. They like to say, well, why the table curved?
It is
Well,
not
it's
curved.
because the table is actually slightly curved.
Yeah, no.
See that?
When I say mock,
hang on.
Yes.
Now there are very
And if you
special
look, if you use
cases where I do
regular camera, you
accept
see these are
that
all
mocking.
curved. I took this picture
Blue
in
Marble
Hawaii
Science is a perfect
of the
example. That
horizon,
motherfucker put so much fucking
and
information out there and
I
took
tilted
so
my camera
much.
up, so I put the horizon at the
There's only
bottom
so
of the
much
screen.
before you go, okay, I'm
And
done being nice.
and each picture I took, I
yeah,
moved
no.
the camera up,
Like I
up,
said, I
up,
can
up,
see how
up,
the mocking might
and
do that,
every single one of
but I
these
think at the
is
same
curved.
time, you sometimes need
So that
that
means
as a
there's
demonstration
not
to
really
the
much
people who
distortion
are
in my camera,
not
because
as entrenched,
this would be concave.
for them to see.
All
Wait a
these
second,
things down here will be slightly
you know, someone
concave,
like
but they're
me
not.
who,
They're all
Those
curved.
people,
I'm
the
not.
people that are on the fence,
Yeah, this is
they
just a
don't see it
continuation
that
of
way.
the
The people on the
the
fence
ones
see
that
it
like to
as
use
a negative for
the
your side.
perspective
I'm
lines.
telling you right now, 100%.
It does not do anything for the globe at all.
I mean, that's personally why I don't mock unless someone tries to throw insults first. Then they get mocked. You know what I mean? Or, there's certain people who maybe just deserve it.
No. Oh yeah. No. I agree.
want to
100%.
let me jump in. Let me jump in,
Yes,
Sean.
sir. Yes, sir.
What you said is brilliant. I actually never even noticed that, but yeah, you're right. When I first entered Flat Earth, and I just had an interest, I wasn't sure what the fuck I was about to learn about A.E. Gleason's or interferometry or Michelson-Morley. I had no idea what I was walking into. And when I came across certain Globers, I was like, damn, these guys, all they got is like their anger issues and like their flicking tongues and their insults. It's like, if it was a globe, why are you doing all of this slanderous stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And like, where does that become necessary in proving
fight
the globe?
Flat Earth.
It felt
Those
like they had
guys
to fall back
strengthened
onto
Flat Earth.
insults because they knew that their information wasn't working.
Yeah, but have you ever considered it from the other side? Sometimes the people you're talking about, people who have years of education and study into the subject, and when they go and they're trying to explain something to someone, and that person is trying to tell them how they should be doing their job, you can expect that person to want to mock you for not listening to what they know and have as knowledge. You can't expect them to keep sitting there. Like, today I watched Steve try to tell Jesse how to fucking survey. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, come on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Steve doesn't count. He's a newbie. Here's the problem. There was a time when Flat Earth was chill.
Years, not a newbie.
It was okay. Well, Flat Earth was chill, and the reason Flat Earth got aggressive was because of all the mocking. And at a certain point, there are Flat Earthers that are just conditioned to do it because of the mocking. Trust me, it does not help the ones that actually give a fuck and want to learn something. The ones that just listen out there. Again, mocking does not work because it makes people like Red's Rhetoric. It makes people like Fight the Flat Earth and all those other assholes who do it for the entertainment and the lulz. I'm not saying the people that give out information are the problem at all. I'm saying it's the people that are fucking it up for them that strengthen Flat Earth. Those are the people that are making Flat Earthers.
Let me say another point to that, dude, because he's talking about the fear of humiliation, like mocking working in real life. Like if the kid in school, if he smells bad and everybody's telling him his ass stinks, he's gonna go home and fucking shower eventually or something. But that's
not your responsibility.
That's the theory, right? That works.
No, not like that. I'm talking more like somebody gets caught shoplifting and they get made to stand on a street corner with a sign around them that said, I was caught shoplifting.
Yeah. Like public humiliation to you is a good thing? It's not.
It is. It's sometimes
it doesn't.
It's very clear that it's okay for you. But I can tell you right now, as someone who was a Flat Earther for 4 years, that was not anything that would have ever fucking worked. And trust me, I was one of those Flat Earthers that was looking for information. I didn't go around mocking and ridiculing Globers. I was really looking for good information to try to understand what the fuck was going on. And the people that mocked me were the ones that strengthened my Flat Earth belief. It made me go deeper.
Right, but what if the way I do it, where I'm not going to mock someone until they start chucking insults? That's a little different, right? I'm not going to insult you. I don't insult Jesse because Jesse doesn't insult me. I kind of go by the golden rule. Pretty simple. Treat people as you want to be treated. So I give everyone that respect.
That's not a Flat Earth globe thing. That's exactly what you said. You disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you. I'm the same fucking way. But the problem is you're not coming across like it's like that. You're coming across like, hey, there's some Flat Earthers that need to be publicly shamed to realize. And as a matter of fact, you actually said that. You said like people that are like on the fence, basically. You said that maybe they need to see these people being mocked so they don't want to become Flat Earthers. That doesn't work.
I'm not saying off the bat. I didn't maybe, say it as well as I meant to. I don't mean like just, there are levels to this shit, right? Like, let's go like that. There are levels to this shit. There are some people who need it, like, just because all they do is come with insults and bullshit, right? But if someone's coming to
Example, Denmark. A Denmark is an example of someone who I don't think needs any respect.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. You get what I'm saying. There are people that are just like straight up just ain't gonna listen to anything no matter what, right? And I think by mocking them and setting them off, those people that are on the fence see, okay, wait a second, why am I listening to the shit this guy's been saying? He's an idiot. That's what I mean by,
What's better is not even engage with Denmarks.
I mean, that's the right way to handle him because he's clinically insane.
Wrong. Just wrong.
Yep.
Incorrect.
If you feel a need, if you feel a must to engage with Denmark, then you are what we call an altard.
You can do it for entertainment, but nothing else. It's just a little stuff.
Him. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I sometimes it's fun just to bait him along and just jump in the fucking circus with him. But at the same time, I've heard. I mean, I'm sure you all have all heard certain people who will have a conversation with him like it's gonna go somewhere. NASA Shill will start one with him and then be upset it doesn't go anywhere. That is an altard. NASA Shill's like the king of all.
I mean, there are definitely people that I think need to handle themselves a little better debating in general. Like, I think there's a lot of people who, they think if someone says something that's wrong, that means they can immediately interrupt them. And like, I'm of the belief sometimes you got to let the person be wrong, but let them get their thought out, and they might be more open to listening to your thought. Probably doesn't work all the time, but you know what I mean? Like, you got to at least let them be wrong sometimes. Let them spit their nonsense that they don't know what they're talking about, and then come back. So I think that's something people got to work on. Is like, stop the thinking, oh, he said something that's wrong mathematically, so now I'm going to jump on him right now. Like, let him be wrong, and then if he's done, correct him.
Yeah, I call that an ego argument. And I think that is what a majority Globers come with. It's that argue. It's not a they need to know the right information. It's I need to make sure I show you I'm smarter than you. That's that slight difference.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that from I think that's both sides too. I think there's a lot of people who just have that that thing in their head that they believe every room they walk into, they are the smartest person in that room. Like there are people like that on both sides, Yeah. And I hate those kinds of people. I really do. Like, if you walk into every room and think you're the smartest motherfucker there, you're probably the dumbest motherfucker there. So that's just my personal opinion on those kinds of people.
Absolutely.
I think the problem with Flat Earth is that people don't reason their way into Flat Earth, so it's hard to reason them on.
That's not true.
Well, kind of.
Sure. How did you get there? Would you mind telling us, like, what led you there originally? Was it,
Well, I've been a conspiracy theorist, and in that, I ran into Flat Earth and instantly was like, this is ridiculous. This is stupid. So it became an idea of, oh, well, I'll just go in there and explain they're stupid. It was a serious eye-opener to how much I didn't know, or better yet, I didn't understand. So when I started talking to them, they were extremely respectful, right? That it was because I was respectful to them, it was very cordial back and forth. So when I'd ask questions, they had answers. Clearly, if you don't understand information, answers are just words. But what would happen is I'd be hanging out with flat earthers, and they'd be trying to answer these questions, and there'd be guys like Lewis and all these other dudes that would just be flinging insults, being assholes, and it became almost obnoxious to the point where I was convinced, because I couldn't conceptualize the globe information, that it didn't make sense enough to be true. So I say it would be more because of not being able to understand information and evidence, and then being compiled with a bunch of nonsense. Right. So I wasn't able to distinguish the right and wrong at the time.
So you're saying I should be less mean to flat earthers? It's going to be a hard ask, buddy.
Well, then then your goal of ever making someone not be a flat earther is as impossible as they'll ever fucking get. Congratulations.
Watch what he admits now.
Fine. All right. I'll meet you halfway. I'll be nicer sometimes.
Well, now I'm curious.
Okay.
Is your goal, is your reason for being here to switch a flat earther?
What, me? No, I'm just making stupid jokes. I'm sorry. I'll stop talking now.
Yeah, see that's why more flat earthers feel more confident in their stance when people like that talk to them.
I'll admit, I stopped trying to switch flat earthers.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. No point.
But I'm not trying to make fun of them. Like I stopped trying to make fun of them as well.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It doesn't help anything. I mean, I get the conversation. The conversation, the philosophical part of this is fun. It's fun, but once you start getting disrespectful, you're either doing a few things. You're either just trying to push your own ego, you're a bitch in public, and the internet's your way of being a tough guy, or fucking you're just a fucking psychopath. There are people that just come talk shit about flat earthers every single fucking day, and then think they're not the fucking crazy ones.
No, I definitely agree with that. I don't know if you've ever heard the parable about like the sun and the northern wind, or like the sun and the northern wind are like competing to get the man to take off his like jacket or whatever, and the northern wind just blows like really hard. It's like, I'm gonna get this jacket off the guy, and then the sun comes in and it just like shines brightly and warmly, and the guy just like takes off the jacket of his own accord. And it's like, if you just show people like kindness, they're willing to move in ways they wouldn't have if you were just harsher to them. And I think you're touching on something that's true.
Do you think that I'm sorry, no.
This all has to do with like, you think the fear of humiliation is going to make people stop thinking what they think. No, it's going to make them stop presenting that argument to you. They're going to still believe the same thing, but they're not going to bring it up around you anymore. That's all that does.
Yeah, just makes them dig in.
So then I think the South Park episode of the Scientology just made more Scientologists. Right?
Yeah. Sadistic Globers create more flat earthers. That's correct.
Oh, it would sure. Definitely it would definitely not make Scientologists, but it would strengthen a Scientologist's belief and people just being negative about it. Like, for instance, if someone goes up and is in front of a church, just talking all the shit in the world about religion and all that stuff, and then someone goes inside and talks to their pastor about someone outside doing that, they're just going to say that's the devil trying to test your faith. That's strength. That's digging in and holding your faith. That's all that happens when you do that. It doesn't help anything.
True. So then we shouldn't just give evidence because it will just strengthen the delusion.
Again,
it's weird.
Again,
what about those?
Having the conversation to make someone understand something is different from ridicule.
Sure. Then if someone giving evidence in front of a church is a good thing because there's evidence against Christianity. So.
Except the flat earthers do their.
What is your evidence that there is no God? That would be the question, not about their religion. It'd be, what would be your evidence there is no God?
Against Christianity because they're in front of a church, right?
Okay. How would you show them evidence there is no God, that their faith is pointless?
Sure, that's impossible.
I know it is. So think about it. That's how ridiculous that is. You're trying to give me a good reason and a good way to show evidence, and you're comparing it to showing evidence for Earth. That is extremely easy to explain to somebody. If they don't want to take the information, that's on them. But explaining it does not need ridicule, doesn't need shit talking, mocking, or public shaming. Not at all. Doesn't at all.
Yeah, you can just give the evidence.
Yeah, you can give the evidence, but you have to be like, the delivery matters. That's his point, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go up to someone and go, "You're a fucking moron because you don't understand gravity. Now listen to my information." That does not work.
Yeah, I mean, if you give the evidence, like with flat earthers, you give the evidence 20 times, and they'd say, no, no," then you just leave, go to the next room.
Well, you also have to give them the space.
No. Stop thinking that the person you're talking to is the person you're gonna change his mind. You have to look at it as there's someone on the fence, and they're just listening on YouTube or in the background of a Discord. And those people that, and again, this is an extremely small percentage, probably less than 1% of flat earthers around here. One of them that actually gives a fuck and is writing this shit down, etc. Pretend you're talking to them. You may be talking to a brick wall, but stop thinking the person you're talking to is who you're going to change. And it doesn't. That goes for anybody.
That's not what I said. That when you've given the evidence 10 or 20 times, you just stop.
No, you give them the evidence once or twice.
If you're gonna hit it, if you're gonna hit your head against a fucking wall with somebody, just don't do it 1,000 times.
Yeah. Like with Jesse, just don't give the evidence. Just laugh.
No, just give the evidence like once or twice, and if they prove like they're being stubborn, then you would say, "All right, I've done all I can here," and then you just walk away.
Yeah,
this guy talking about me right now.
That's what you do because it doesn't register. So
just have the conversation. Don't try to throw me into your weird reason for being. Just fucking leave me out.
I just gave an example.
Put it this way. I can already tell you guys aren't going to help the situation. So you may not even give a fuck what I'm saying, but I can tell you from experience, you guys aren't helping.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going to change their mind here. It's the evidence that changes the mind, not the talking over here.
Okay. Well, someone's got to present that information without it being a mocking, ridiculing, quote unquote life-changing emotion. Like that's what you guys like. I've already heard it. You guys act like, oh, if I shame them enough, I'll change their minds. You've lost your mind if you think
you guys.
You guys need
not you guys.
This guy, Magic Sparkles. He's in the middle of trying to shame whoever might be listening, which is literally no one. He's doing it for no reason.
Well, yeah.
So now Jesse is trying to do it like a reverse of that.
Okay. Well, I can tell you right now, from people that have gone through this situation, your method and the way you do it obviously does not work. If you don't want to hear me, listen.
I'm not here to do that.
Magic. Wait, hear me out. Okay, Magic. There are books written about like the art of convincing people, and the biggest way of doing it is to get that person to believe it was like their idea to change their mind. If you just give them the facts and just put it on the table, that's not enough. People don't like make rational judgments. They need emotional, sort of feeling good bullshit stuff. And if you just show them kindness, you may not push them through the door, but you open the door. And sometimes it's the best you can do.
Yeah.
Okay, you believe that, but I can show you proof of what happens when you're respectful and talk to them and have actual conversation, and you're able to actually get to a conclusion of something. It doesn't have to be what you think it needs to be. And if it's you're just here for entertainment, welcome to Why It's Still Around.
But Sanji, you just said that flat earthers convinced you of flat earth by being nice and giving you the talk with you. Yep.
So we're an asshole.
So you can believe false things based on that, not the true things, but false things.
No. What I was trying to say is when it came to a time when I didn't understand very much, and it became what side do I start taking my information from? It was the people that were trying to give me information, or the people that were just mocking the people they thought were stupid. That did not make me go, oh, the globe is definitely correct, because all they're doing is telling flat earthers how stupid and mocking them. That didn't work.
Okay, what made you a glober?
Understanding the information and understanding how to actually apply the evidence and conceptualize a model in my head. Being able to explain it and understand it in scenarios that I can put in any fucking situation. I can show you how different things in our model work with other things in our model. I can show you, I can put it on a piece of paper. I can explain it in detail. These type of things that were able to be explained to me like a fucking adult, not a child, were the reasons I left Flat Earth. Nothing to do with being mocked, nothing to do with being fucking ridiculed. None of that shit had any fucking thing to do with me leaving Flat Earth. That would be the shit that kept me there for 4 fucking years.
The evidence was what got you back to the globe.
Yes. My understanding of the evidence. Again, when I first started, when I first got into this forum, if someone said, tried to explain to me fucking gravity, and Newtonian and fucking Einstein when I first started, and just spitballed it and went, because I told you this, you should believe gravity. That doesn't work. My understanding of the information to evaluate the evidence is important. And me being in the forum for 4 years and getting that information and learning so much, I was able to put all of it together and be able to evaluate the evidence and come to a conclusion, a rational conclusion.
Yeah, that kind of shows that you reasoned your way into the globe. You didn't do it for Flat Earth, but then you did it for globe.
Yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, that's the thing. But that thing. I was that less than 1% flat earther that gave a fuck about information and wanted to figure out if I was right or wrong. And at the same time, I had to navigate my way through information to get globe information because I didn't want to listen to the Reds rhetorics just sit there and talk shit. I didn't want to fucking listen to fucking rumpus his way through a conversation to tell someone how stupid they fucking were. Those people kept me in flat earth for longer.
I think that's the problem with flat earthers. They're trying to get the evidence from the debate. The evidence is out there. You can just go and search for it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I would agree. I've always said debates are the last thing that's going to flop anyone. All that is a fucking a sporting event, and one side against the other side, and it's an emotional battle. See who gets emotional.
It's a game.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. There's
the arena is not facilitating a listen in celestial navigation. Which I think is necessary.
You can go outside, do celestial navigation, or take flights around the Earth, and you just.
But you're like celestial navigation.
That's the thing.
Globe, and you go in there, and you don't have a presentation. You're just gonna assert the fact and think that's about to switch someone.
That's the thing. How would I have a debate with anyone or an argument with even a flat earther about celestial navigation if I don't even understand celestial navigation? Understanding is the most important part. And here's what I understand it's hard, and here's why I know it is. Because you've never been a flat earther, right? And you understand the evidence and information. So it's hard for you to understand not understanding that information.
Oh, yeah. Like it's interesting. Like when I was looking at an individual triangle using geodetic datums, its triangular size is on an individual level pretty much 180 degrees, but it's the neighboring triangle beyond that and beyond that and beyond that, and that forms a chain of triangles, and then another chain of triangles, and then another, and when you meet them all up, you can't make them flat.
Oh, exactly.
So that's what doesn't matter.
And it's easy to, if you don't have an understanding of surveying and the datum and the numbers, if you don't have an actual understanding of why a 180-degree triangle just doesn't fucking work, or that would be the reason you'd have to understand we don't live on a flat earth, it's very easy to conceptualize an understanding and fill in the blanks. That's where most of them will argue from if they're talking about anything about surveying. Bev is a prime example. They're not talking about surveying. They're talking about grade checking. Elevation deviation. That's grade fucking checking. That's nothing compared to curvature, right? So it's definitely understanding. And I will say this full-heartedly. There is a majority in the flat earth community that is just full of shit. I would say 24/7 is probably the best example of some fuckers that know they're just stupid and can fucking get people to fucking believe them and love it.
They probably just know that they're lying.
Yes.
They just want to be contrarians and just own the labels.
Like, there's a little bit of difference between, like, a atmospheric refraction and the law of refraction of two mediums. And it's interesting to think like the atmosphere isn't one medium, it's made out of a mixture of oxygen, nitrogen, etc., etc., etc. And there's a gradient of like pressures measurably barometrically that it isn't just one medium, it's a gradient
constant change.
Many mediums.
So this guy Oblate Anvil fucking ran from a debate from me before. Now he's back.
So hang on. So what flat Earth does is when it comes to refraction, and this is actually a fun game, and the goal is to get the least amount of refraction in an observation to stifle this. Obviously, if we're talking about the index of refraction, we're talking about observations. The fun part about it is it's almost impossible to have the same conditions every day, right? So having a very concise observation to say this is when this is happening, this is when this is very almost impossible to fucking do. And what Flat Earth does is play off that. That's why the Black Swan was so fun to them, because the Black Swan meant show me Black Swan today. Oh, you can't? Then you're telling me what's the problem? Like, you know what I mean? It's just to fill in some type of doubt. And refraction is a finicky motherfucker. Because like you said, there are so many different reasons that a fucking object can be fucking looming. So many different reasons that play shit off. Luckily, she will could contest if he's here. Surveyors kind of have a really good understanding that things get fucked up at certain times, and you just don't do it.
All right, peace out for now, y'all.
Have a good one. Have a good night, man.
Like he says, like I ran away from the debate. I'm over at a friend's house, and I'm not interested in having some sort of back and forth with an actor who sometimes says he's a glober and sometimes says he's a flatty. So
he's a contrarian. But you gotta look at it this way: it's either you're here to have fun, or you're just here to mock. And I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, and everyone in general, the point of being here, it's either got to be fun to you, or you're crazy if you're here angry and just want to be shit talking. To me, it's just weird, and that's both sides, 100%.
I guess it depends on if you see life as a comedy or a tragedy.
I would say the fun that I've had here results from learning from various experts in the field, like how things are done. So I'm not having fun at other people's expense. I'm learning about like how gravimeters work, how long distance surveying works. I'm learning how satellite orbits are happening. I'm learning how the body problem isn't that problematic for like the solar system for the next like 100,000 years. Like these kind of things, like when you do like a 3-body problem at scale, you've got basically 3 lengths of metal and pivots that's the size of like a Newton's cradle or something. And then that chaotic system only lasts for about 2 minutes before you just can't make math for it. And so that's the problem for the 3-body problem, is like once the time frames gets long enough and things start getting increasingly more chaotic, there's no one single formula to predict the rest of the motion. And that's something
I will always
enjoy
say this. I will always say this. And here's why I openly talk about being a flat earther. Because if it wasn't for flat Earth, just like you said, nothing I know now would have ever came into my head, because it never would have been a thing. I don't regret it. There would never have been a time when I got the opportunity to talk to professors, people that are in the profession of almost everything, rocket scientists, et cetera. I mean, and I did a live stream, so I got to talk to these people for hours on end every single day. One of my best friends, Barney, was a by trade, he was a programmer, but by 36, he had already published a competing theory for gravity that went through peer review, didn't go anywhere. But just the idea that I was able to put myself in the position to learn from these people. It's how could I ever fucking regret that? It'd be impossible.
And it gives me a lot of respect. Like, I've got a particular field in logistics, getting places from one place to another, be it land, air, or sea. And I'm thinking, there are these other people with another set of experience that goes beyond mine that I go, like, if I'm interested in logistics and they're actually interested in naval navigation, there's this handover of chain of custody to the guy with different experiences and different measurements than me. And I go, oh, maybe you can have a chat about that. And like, if I'm interested enough in that, I might do it. If not, I might stay where I am. Yeah.
Yeah, I I didn't do great, but I taught myself a basic understanding of particle physics. And that was 2 years after I left Flat Earth. I just was like, we're always talking about it. I need a good understanding, so I just dove the fuck in. It was crazy. I did that for like 8 months. It's fun.
That's right. Yeah, because when I had my first look into particle accelerators, there's so many kinds. There's one probably that is only the size of the circumference of your house, but the Large Hadron is just like massive. Like
it's like bigger than a city almost.
So it's like, what are these other guys doing with these smaller accelerators? And I had a little look and I go, oh, that's cool. Same with like superfluids. It's like getting hydrogen so cold it becomes a liquid instead of a gas. That's some pretty impressive stuff to me. I probably won't do it, but it seems quite reasonable that somebody else is because they've got skills, equipment, and experience. Yeah.
Yeah. I want them to innovate as much as possible, find as much as possible. I don't know about you, but I am a full graviton believer. I don't know. It may take 1,000 years to find it, but I do believe there is a graviton, and I do believe something like CERN's gonna find it.
Oh, that's a big hypothetical because it's like,
oh, big time.
Yeah, because like if that graviton is like so weak, it's like the size of like 7 solar systems. It's like that might have explanatory for those big like gravitational lensing effects. And you go, wow, that's a big butt particle if it exists, you know.
Well, the hardest part about it would be, well, I understand that, like you said, the hypothetical. It's the idea that if everything else has it, gravity's got to, right? It's got to. Something has to be driving it. I am a proponent of I need to know a cause. And that is the only rational one that I can think of.
And yeah, my rudimentary scrape is like, okay, what's the difference between a Higgs boson particle and what's the difference between the Higgs field or any other field for that matter? And it's like, it's a deep dive again because like once you're splitting atoms and stuff like it's like, I don't have the opportunity to do that, but I can at least attempt to try and like probably go a little bit beyond where I'm capable, but it definitely looks like other people have different capabilities or different interests than me. Like I'm probably capable of other things that these scientists are because like I've gone in a different direction.
Here's what scares me. So this is kind of like a panspermia idea. What if when we're smashing these particles, we're doing all this research, what if what we think is the way to do it isn't that we're not doing enough? So things like replicating the Big Bang or any other scenario that seems kind of out of reach. What if we just aren't capable of creating that same event? And because of that, what we believe is physics is, I mean, it is, but what we believe is physics is not true physics.
Well, it's true. Like if there's a highly advanced mechanism that we're trying to find a result with, and we get a null result, it's like, oh, we spend a lot of time doing this particular thing, and it's like, oh, it didn't come up positive or negative. It's like, okay, I've got to keep on thinking because it seems like something real is happening. What's the explanation for that reality? It's a valid question.
Do you think the pursuit for a unified is waste of money?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh my God, I'm so happy you fucking said that. I've talked to so many people that say no, but I think we are so naive still in science that thinking that we would ever get to the unified is almost stupid and ridiculous.
But even if we were pursuing that, like there are other things happening as well. We got all these conflicts and ideologies that won't be solved by unifying the physical theories. So we've got like multiple things happening in our lives that are disagreements, agreements, ideologies, this, then the other, philosophies, and then like some of those aren't required on mathematical equipment or various tests. We may as well be using teaspoons to find evidence of whales, you know.
But the scary part is that if you take away, and I do believe this, if you take away from science, almost like if we cut half of science, we could solve a lot of fucking problems. The problem I think would be if you stifle it for that much, it would be that much harder, if not twice as hard, to pick it back up again when you need it.
Maybe. I might go for a bit because I've got these friends at this house that I'm visiting. But good chat, man.
Yeah.
Good chat.
Absolutely, sir. I'll talk to you soon.
Hello, Buttercup.
Hello, Poppet.
Pumpkin. Poppet.
Hello, Poppet.
I'm currently watching Ranty's retirement stream, which I'll post a link to in the chat.
Yes.
Which is why I'm muted.
Good to see Ranty again.
Yeah. So I'm watching that.
How's Cole? Cole, you in here, mate?
Yeah, did you finally get enough of that bunch over there?
Yeah. I realized I stayed about an hour too long.
Yeah, when Jen showed up, I left.
Yeah. Yeah, they got me triggered. I was disappointed in my performance. Oh well, what are you going to do, eh? Yeah, I did. I went in back in there and I said, "Hey, look, I'm sorry, I was shouting in there," and they didn't accept that. So I just thought, you know what? He's me thinking. I'm thinking they're reasonable people. Why would I think that? Have you learnt nothing?
They do not want to believe that they've been fooled. They just don't.
Yeah.
They just don't want to accept it.
Yeah. The thing we were arguing was a paper, and the subject read, "The Coriolis, taking into account the Earth's curvature." And he was trying to say, oh, it doesn't mean that. So for some reason, I thought being an honest human being and apologizing for raging a little bit more than I should have, I thought that would do something. Boy, was that a mistake.
He was wrong about that one, wasn't he?
I was wrong about that.
It's a shame that it's a shame that you try to, you can't even tell them anything. They don't. Flat earthers don't want to believe anything that goes against their narrative.
Yeah. The good thing is my iPad battery died, which meant I had to go and charge it. It's got about 15% right now, so I'm just using the battery. So it meant I couldn't stay in there. I just, as soon as it went dead, I went, there you go, there's my out. My ego wouldn't let me leave. So I gave my ego some slaps across the head.
I'm mad at myself. I built a cool rocket that I landed on Mars here on Kerbal.
Yeah.
And now I can't collect my science data that I've got stored on board and put it in my top rocket so I can get home, take it home.
Why not? What did you do?
It will just won't let me collect for whatever reason. It's just not letting me collect it. It's one of them Kerbal things.
Bugger. I'm making myself some more hot chocolate.
I can send it back home, but I lose a lot of the points. But I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do.
Yeah, you have to do that. The thing is, like, what I realized is me raging like that, that's not like, that's not normal. But in there, for them, that is normal. So I don't think they understood the concept that it was like, oh, I'm sorry for shouting at you. Because they're like, what do you mean, sorry? What are you going to do, eh?
Yeah, I know when Jen kind of showed up and he started talking, I was like, I can't.
I had him turned down.
Yeah, I can't sit and listen to Jen very long. He gets on my nerves.
Yep. I keep him down about 10% so I can hear that someone's talking, but not what they're saying, so I can hear them, but not really hear them. I'm having some digestive biscuits with my hot chocolate. So how come this place dies completely?
I don't know. I don't know why everybody leaves. Like this place does what it does. Everybody leaves like waves. Everybody shows up,
Yeah.
and everybody leaves. Everybody shows up, everybody leaves.
It's sad that Miss had a server and it's completely died out. I like that server. I like those people in there. But they're too nice. And I think what we've learned is that servers are they're maintained either by mania or by conflict.
That's what it seems like.
Flat Earth is the mania. So they are sort of ceaselessly dedicated to the idea. But not so dedicated that they do something crazy like test for Coriolis. The dude was completely befuddled by the concept that you test to see if Coriolis is real or not.
I mean, they don't even understand what Coriolis is. They don't even grasp in their mind what causes it or what it is or anything. They just think that it's just something that people say happens. It's like they have no like understanding of it. They just say the words.
Like it's just like it's just a sort of a sciencey thing that people say. It doesn't mean anything. It's not measurable. When it is measurable.
I posted that video of Tom Scott. It's
Yes.
a really good way to visualize Coriolis. Is
That was a good one.
in that video, but none of them watch it. About ready to launch off the surface here and get up back up to the planet there. See if I can share my screen. I might be able to share. Hold on a minute. Don't know if I can, but I'll try. I mean, I'm allowed to on here. I ain't saying that. I don't know if my computer will be able to do it. Computer just struggling as it is right now. Trying to.
Can you get to Miss server easily?
Do what?
Can you get to Miss the server Miss made easily?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm understanding what you're saying or not. Can I get to the? Can I get to?
Okay, could you jump in that server with me for a second?
Yeah. Which one? Which one?
Miss General BC.
Okay. Just a second. If I can find which one I don't know which one you're talking about.
You know, Miss. Were you in that?
Yeah, but what's the name of her? So what's the name of that? Hold on a minute. I know what it is. Never mind. Let me find it here. I didn't know if I couldn't understand what you're saying a while ago. I know what you're saying. And I got you now. I think this is it right here.
It's the green. It's a green half. Looks like
Yeah,
a green half.
yeah. It's the one I'm on right now.
All right,
So
I'm in there.